八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动。在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛，匠心之作。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。 级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默写、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
你说青春是什么颜色？赤橙黄绿青蓝紫。青春就不该被简单的定义，打破常规，不被定义。小麦皮头独角兽系列快乐上市。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
园有枳兮，篱有兰。这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物，唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。她带领当地村民，把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范。助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴。
Citizens of a future redefined. No regrets tied to the things we leave behind. Brand new possibilities, technologies, and currencies. A new sun will rise, the shadows quickly fade. Dawn of a new age.
中式八球大师赛。现在有请胜部决赛运动员舞台就位。帝皇之星赵如亮，百步穿杨张坤鹏，中巴转动世界球童 Join Billiards Uniting the World。此刻，有请两位一步比赛神器，乔氏金腿球桌。线上的各位，此刻我们正在芷江为您直播胜部决赛。
接下来为各位介绍胜部决赛裁判团队。本场比赛主裁判 Umpire 佘真真，助理裁判 Assistant Umpire 李雅芬、李雅萌。此刻，只将比赛开始。
赵如亮，你好，请双方选手争夺开球选择权。听我口令，预备，3、2、1，开始。赵如亮获得开球选择权。 开始第一局，赵如亮开球。
And there you have it, your two players undefeated in Stage 3, last 32 phase of this tournament. Zhao Ruliang against Zhang Kungpeng in this winners bracket final, day 8, stage 3 of the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour Zhijiang station. And what a road it's been for both these players at the table now. Zhao Ruliang, he's won the leg, potted 2 balls on that break into the center pocket. Now update on the Phone and Tang Chunchao match. Phone Mancure won that 17-16 in a decider as well. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time, we will have Gareth Potts against Phone Mancure for a spot in the last 3 of this tournament. Yeah, awkward bridging can cause you to miss a ball like that. So open table as Kungpeng comes to the table. Now Zhang Kungpeng, 29 years of age. His road to this winners bracket final. He had to go through Chu Bingjie in the first round, 13-12. Ali Pordell, 13-4. He's the player who put Phonement into the losers bracket as well. 15-9 over Phone Mancure. And yesterday on TV Table 1, defeating Tang Chunchao 17 frames to 10. Runner-up at the Lishan Division 1 Tour, champion at the Changchun Super Tour. So is a winner of one of these events in the past.
Yes.
Also lost in one of the Grandmasters finals to Gareth Potts in a penalty shootout. Yeah, nicely done. We saw a lot of that yesterday as well against Tang Chunchao. quite a few of those recovery bank shots needed, but a very high success rate on those for him. We did see Gareth Potts defeating Zhao Jianbo earlier today on the TV table. Actually not long ago, about 30 or 40 minutes ago, 17-16. Fonement winning his match against Tang Shao, so they will play each other. So they are through to the last four. Winner of the match between Fonement and Gareth Potts plays the loser of this match. And that will be tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. local time. That's China Standard Time. Now 12 goes to the left center. So has to get the cue ball on the right hand side of the table. Yeah, I don't think it's available to the top. From this angle it doesn't look like it goes. Yeah, I had to take it to the center, use the 4 nicely to stop the cue ball. And this black ball goes to the bottom left. And continuing his form from yesterday, Kungpang takes his first point, rack and run. Yeah, now the winner of this does not get a second chance in the final. The final is single elimination. So it's double elimination all the way until the final. Now that mistake from Zhao Ruliang in the first frame. He was bridging over a ball, but a miss nonetheless, and that's brought Kungpeng to the table. He's made a rack and run. Look at how many balls he's potted, including the cue ball. I see 5 stripes left on the table. So yesterday we did see the power break being utilized by Zhang Kungpeng. Yeah, he's potted 2 stripes, 1 solid on that break. But unfortunately for him, potted the cue ball as well into the left center. So ball in hand behind the balk line for Zhao Ruliang. And you have to play forward in Heyball rules, which means he can't play on any of the balls within the balk area. Now, Zhao Ruliang, his route in the winner's bracket through the last 32, stage 3, faced, I would say, an in-form Mick Hill from the UK. defeating Mikhail 13 frames to 11. And he went up against Xu Jianwei 13-5. Gold medalist in the World Games, Zhang Tai, winning that 15-14 deciding frame, and last night putting Gareth Potts into the losers bracket, defeating him 17-13. Zhao Ruliang, just 24 years of age. Trained by Yang Fan. Now, is he playing this off the black ball to open the pocket for the 6? He is. He certainly is. Now, he's opened the pocket for the 6, but he's tied up the black ball. Yeah, look at this. To judge that. So 5th place at the Baotao Super Tour about 2 months ago. Top 12 at the Grandmasters Finals this year. Lishan Station runner-up. Tianjin Station champion. And runner-up against Chu Bingji at the 2024 Grandmasters Finals. So definitely, on paper, Zhao Ruliang with many more top finishes than Zhang Kungpeng. And also the consistency. Quite a few times run-up, always top 8, top 12 at these joy events. Now he's landed almost straight on the 7, which is his last ball on the table, and the black ball doesn't pot. Unless he can see something that we can't. Yeah, the black ball surely doesn't go into the top left corner pocket. Yeah, he's going to end up behind the 10 here. He didn't get the desired reaction of the cue ball. You have to remember, a power shot like that on brand new cloth, you do get a certain element of slide coming into play, and really tough to play a power shot like that going around 3 or 4 cushions. That's why you actually saw the cue ball decelerating as it came off the second cushion. So table back to Kungpang. Now from the overhead view, it didn't look like the 14 pots at the top of the table. He's going to nudge the 10. It definitely pots now. 10 and 14 open with that shot. Here deciding there's no benefit in pushing for the clearance. Has the advantage of having more balls on the table. So Zhao Ruliang with jump cue in hand. Now he's jumping at this black ball. Certainly he's not going to try and pot it in the bottom right. There's a possibility at pace to get it into the bottom left bank. Yeah, that's the shot. That's the shot he's played. And I mean, from that distance to judge that accurately, gotten a good roll on the white ball as well, leaving it where it is. Makes this next shot for Zhang Kungpeng a little bit more difficult now. Pretty much the only shot he had. And that was the problem with rolling it like that. He wanted to catch it slightly thicker so the cue ball doesn't bounce that much. So this black ball now, chance for Zhao Ruliang to equalize at 1-1. And it's there, drilled into the bottom right corner pocket to score 1-1. Yeah, very confident pot on that black ball from Zhao Ruliang. And from what I saw yesterday, his match against Gareth Potts, his break was excellent. That's why he was able to put together 4 break and runs in a row. And this time the 4 and the 15, not going close to the center. As we see that again, just before the center pocket. Open table for Kungpeng now. So winner of this match goes through to the main final, which will be on the 27th of September. So that's in 2 days' time at 4 p.m. local time. And loser of this match will play in the losers bracket final, which will be tomorrow afternoon at 6 p.m. And they will be playing the winner from Gareth Potts and Phone Mint, which will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. I've seen many comments saying they want to see a match with the Phone and Potts. Can Phone Mint out-pot Gareth Potts, or does Gareth Potts have Phone's number? Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. to find out. Interesting shot choice. Chose to go into them, and Little bit of fortune, he's on the 10 to the same pocket. 15 looks like it passes the 6 into the left center as well. And this being a race to 19, I mean, we're at the stage now where these are quite long matches. The final will be a race to 23. Yeah, these now race to 19s. It's a really long race. We have player intermissions at every 8 frames. The players get a 5 to 10 minute break. Actually, a lot can happen in a race to 19. We saw it earlier, race to 17. Gareth Potts up for almost the entire match. And Zhao Jianbo is able to come back. Yeah, come back at him and make it 16 all. So very difficult to judge a match in the first few frames, but at the moment, Zhang Kungpeng 2-1 up, and that's another rack and run for him. So Zhang Kungpang currently 2-1 up. So in his previous break, cue ball went into the center. I think he potted 3 balls off that break. He's adjusted for that, as you see the cue ball coming straight back to him. Yeah, looks like he's going to roll the 15 down to the 13, which is in the pocket. But it's not fully in the pocket, as you can see. Oh, look at that cushion first. How did he judge that so well? Yeah, really, what a way to play that shot. You're always getting in trouble if you play it directly on. As you could see, the 13 was not fully in the pocket, which meant it needed to actually be clipped in. So going rail first did that for him. Found himself a combination on the 9-11 to the right center. Played it firm enough so that the 9 comes off the cushion, available for the bottom right. And I said it yesterday in the match against Zhang Zhao on TV Table 1. Zhang Kungpeng was in blinding form. Really, it's some of the best form I've seen him in throughout the years. And definitely a contender to win this tournament. Actually, the last 4 all are contenders. I think we're also going to have a really nice matchup between Gareth Potts and Phonement tomorrow morning. Battle between the top 2 international players in the world. And he's missed the bank. He's missed the cross bank on the 12. That was the ball I was worried about because it did go in the center, but you had to be right behind it next to the black ball. So that's why he's taken the bank on. And although there's only 5 solids left on the table, he hasn't left anything easy for Zhao Ruliang. The only way this works if he doesn't leave the 12 on. And that's one way of not leaving the 12 on. He's raised his hand though, so that wasn't planned. But it should have been. That's an excellent shot. To try and hold behind the 6 would have been nearly impossible. I must say, I did expect a lot more action between these 2 players, but as it is the winners bracket final, I think that's why you are seeing quite a few tactical battles so far. That'll be until one of these players find their break and make a few consecutive break-in runs, which I think we will see. At minimum, we should see a 4-pack, 4 break-in runs in a row. Now the only problem with Zhang Kungpeng is not that he snookered on the balls at the top. That's a fairly easy jump shot, being where it is. And it's a set combination, the 14-12. It's that the 9 is tied up. I tell you what, if he makes contact with the 14, the 12 is going to go. Yeah, it has done. Now, how does he plan? Yeah, how does he plan to get on the 9? Yeah, this is how cue ball behind the 9, that's the plan. That was the plan, cue ball behind the 9 and try and obstruct the 5 from the top right corner pocket. But either way, Zhao Ruliang will have to deal with the 6-9 himself if he decides to go for the clearance. Yeah, and sorted. Yeah, he really does have all the shots, doesn't he? Zhao Ruliang made that look so simple as well. Effortless power he gets from that cue. And this is why, from what I saw yesterday, and if you guys were watching some of that match against Gareth Potts on TV too, Zhao Ruliang looked very dangerous. So composed, so focused with the task at hand. Yeah, you'll see that he takes that extra few seconds, walks around the table there. He just went to walk around and have a look at the angle on the black ball to the center pocket from the 5. And once again, these two players, you'll always find them in the practice room, always before a match, after a match. They'll just finish a match and they'll be in the practice room for a good few hours. So playing in a tournament doesn't affect their practice routine and the amount of practice hours or balls potted in a day that they want to put in. Win or lose. Zhao Ruliang takes his second point, scored 2-all in this race to 19. Zhao Ruliang to break in this 5th frame. Now what we haven't seen yet in this match, 4 frames played, is any break and runs. We've seen 2 rack and runs from Zhang Kungpeng, but no break and runs yet. So of course, once again, ball spotted on the break, and so far in this tournament, I have to say, Zhao Ruliang with the most consistent break. And usually, from previous experience, that's usually the player who goes very far, if not all the way, in the tournament. Yeah, taking these stripes well at the moment. There we see the 9 does pass the 5 into the bottom left. Now, similar to what happened against Gareth Potts yesterday, scores were close, and Zhao Ruliang 4 consecutive break and runs, and he just pulled away. Now, of course, in these longer races, just a 4-frame difference doesn't have that much of an impact. There's a lot of time for your opponent to come back. But very clean, clinical play from Zhao Ruliang. Surely now his 3rd point to lead 3-2 and the first break and run of this match. How easy did he make that look?
第6局，赵汝亮开球。10秒。
And this time, try break from Zhao Ruliang. It's a second try break of the match from him. Quite surprising, actually. He's currently 3-2 up, and now Zhang Kungpeng to the table. No, it's not there. Missed the opening pot in the frame. So straight away, Zhao Ruliang to the table now. He's gotten away with the try break. Did not expect him to be back at the table that quick. He's taken his extension. I don't think the 10 is available to the corner past the 13. That's why 12 in the right center. Now can play the 14 onto the 9 after this. Yeah, with a shot like that, you always want to hit them full ball so the 14 stays in the pocket. As soon as there's any angle on that contact, the second object ball will... Yeah, it could end up on the rail even. So it's not the pot that's difficult in that situation, it's controlling the second object ball. That becomes the task. He's played on the 10. As you can see, it does pass the 6 and the 7 into the center pocket, but it is tight. There is no room for error on this 10 ball. None at all. Having the 6 and the 7 there have made the pocket even smaller. Referee has called 10 seconds. He's used his extension already. Yeah, he's been a little bit fortunate. He's gotten a good roll. The cue ball could have gone another 2 centimeters and he'd be behind the 2 ball. $11 does go into the bottom right. Should be able to get himself on the 15-13 as well to the same pocket. Yeah, just pinch the cue ball there so he didn't run into the black ball. I was able to get the cue ball exactly where he wanted. Now, the black ball currently does not look like it's available into the bottom 2 corner pockets on our screen. It should be available to both centers though. Yeah, there we can see it is available to that center pocket. Past the 3 ball. Now he did break in this frame. It was a dry break. Kungpeng came to the table, wasn't able to pot a ball. Rattled the 13 into this pocket. So this black ball into the left center to go 2 up, 2 points clear, and get his 4th point on the board. It's there. 4th point on the board for Zhao Ruliang.
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
Zhao Ruliang currently 4-2 up in this race to 19 winners bracket final. Previous break was dry, so let's have a look. $13 looks in. No, it's not. And once again, another try break from Zhao Ruliang. Will not be able to extend his lead if that keeps happening. So once again, chance for Zhang Kungpang at the table. This time, stripes in play for him. And the only ball out of pattern at the moment is the 14. That's close to the ball cushion at the top end of the table on our screen. Yeah, I wanted a little nudge on the 5 just to open up the black ball to the corner pocket. So still some work to do in this frame for Kungpeng. And this tournament is being played on the best conditions currently available for Heyball. That's the Joy Q8 golden leg steel block table and Liebowin 8848 cloth Aramuth Pro Cup balls as well. Yeah, the Joy Q8 and Liebowin 8848, it's the international standard and best standard to play this game on. To me, it looked like the 11 was potable before. Now he's gone into the 11. He's pushed it closer to the right side cushion. Yeah, we might have to see some recovery shots played here by Kungpeng. Yeah, and that's why it's the shot where he touched the 11. That was the problem. It gave him a lot more unnecessary work on the table. And these frames now, where Zhao Ruliang is breaking and not making a ball, but Kungpeng not able to capitalize on that, that's going to hurt Kungpeng in the long run, I feel, because once Zhao Ruliang starts breaking in and breaking well, can easily put together 4 or 5 consecutive break and runs. And what is that going to do to the scoreline, especially since he's currently up? I think we might see the 10 does go. So no need for the jump cue on the 13. 10s there, and he's released the 11 as well. Black ball is open as well, but problem is he's on the wrong side of the 13. Yeah, he tried as much as he could to get the cue ball back on this side for the potting angle of that 11 ball. So I have to say, not a good safety shot in the previous shot from Zhao Ruliang. He left the table way too open, gave Kungpeng the angle. But he hasn't converted. And look at where he's left the black ball. Yeah, you can see the reaction on Zhao Ruliang. Now, how do you get out of this? Kungpeng in his chair will be more concerned about him missing that black ball rather than where it is currently. Oh, so they've agreed to a stalemate in that frame. Re-rack. Yeah, the score has stayed the same, so what happened there is they agreed to a re-rack as there was not enough space for the cue ball to get in between the 4 and the cushions to get to the black ball, so instead of wasting time, both players agreed to a re-rack, so score stays the same. Zhao Ruliang 4-2 up, and it was his break, so he broke again. And this time, 7 goes into the right center pocket. Yeah, Kungpeng in his chair will be wondering how on earth did he miss the black ball. What a chance that was. Now, in the previous frame,
10秒。
we did see quite a weak safety shot from Zhao Ruliang, and that's why he almost lost the frame. It's actually his benefit that it was a stalemate and re-rack. But now with where the 1 and the 12 are, gonna be interesting to see if he can finish this rack from here. Like, he does have the connectors to break that up.
10秒。
Now, which ball does he use? If he uses the 14, is to really force the angle out of that to get here, and not guaranteed position on the 12, no position on the 10. However, there is a chance to go there from the 10, clip the 10 into the left center pocket.
10秒。
And the cue ball is going to be coming in that direction. Yeah, that's worked out well. And that's why he's raised his hand slightly to Kungpeng, because he knows it's a little bit of good fortune. A shot like that, you are relying on fortune. Of course, there are a few aspects you can control. Like I said, if you'd have went there from the 14, he would have definitely not been on the 10. In this way, leaving the 14, even if he wasn't on the 12, there's a good chance he would have had sight of the 14, and because it's an open play, could have taken it to the top pocket. A little bit on the pacey side, but it's good. And this black ball for his 5th point and 2nd break and run of the match.
第7局，赵汝亮胜，比分5比2。
Zhao Ruliang leads 5-2 over Zhang Kungpeng.
第8局，赵汝亮开球。
Zhao Ruliang to break in this 8th frame. He's currently 5-2 up on 2 break and runs. Zhang Kungpeng 2 rack and runs. This is a race to 19 winners bracket final. We will have a player break after this frame every 8 frames in the match. And that 15 rolling in off the jaw into the right center pocket on our screen. Yeah, it caught the inside jaw quite early, did the 15, but slid in. So the schedule for tomorrow, 10 a.m. local time, that's China Standard Time. Gareth Potts against Phone Mintcure. Race to 19, that's round 8 of the losers bracket. Winner of that match plays loser of this match in the losers bracket final at 6 p.m. tomorrow. And winner of that match tomorrow evening will play the winner of this match in the grand final, which will be a race to 23 the day after tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time. Yeah, these players make that shot look so easy. And if you've played this game, you'd know that to play that shot at that pace, how accurate you have to be. And that's because they've potted that ball thousands and thousands of times. And you might think that's exaggeration, but these players practice 8 to 10 hours a day. For me, one of the most surprising things is, even at a tournament like this, yes, I mean, you'll see most players putting in an hour a day or half an hour to an hour before their match at least. But these top Chinese players are on the table before their match, after their match, in the morning, in the evening. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Like, I can guarantee you it's now 6 p.m. here in China. This is a race to 19, so might finish at 10 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. These players will go have something to eat and be on the practice table for the rest of the evening until the early hours of the morning. There's a good chance the player that loses this match, and if he missed a few crucial balls, there's a good chance he'll be on the practice table straight after this match. I've seen that many times. And even if they win a match, but there were a few crucial balls that they missed where they shouldn't, they'll pot that ball 100 times before they leave the practice arena. Now, how many players do you know that do that? I've never seen that kind of dedication and discipline. So it's really no secret why the standard is so high and why they play at this level. Zhao Ruliang takes his 6th point with another break and run. That brings us to the 8th frame player break. We will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, guys.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小信大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备， 严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
原有止溪，里有蓝，这里生态优美，山清水秀，无水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。他带领当地村民把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范，助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的清清民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼，楼高30多米，巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。唯厨酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温馨浪漫的红酒文化之中。唯厨酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美侗乡酒庄，同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间人声鼎沸，好评如潮。唯厨酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《侗情芷江》，以浓郁的侗乡文化大餐惊艳呈现。唯厨酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、理的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。唯厨有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美侗乡酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人赵卫国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，赵汝亮开球。
And we're back after that break. Score 6-2 in favor of Zhao Ruliang over Zhang Kungpeng. This is a race to 19 winners bracket final. Loser of this match will play the winner of Phone Mintcure against Gareth Potts. And that's the break. Black ball into the center pocket, so even if no other ball went in, black ball in is an advantage to the player at the table. He can choose to re-break or to spot the black ball on the foot spot and continue playing. Which he has done, and you can see why. Zhao Ruliang currently on 3 break-in runs and Zhang Kungpeng on 2. So 8 frames played, 5 one-visit clearances. Solids in play for Zhao Ruliang. Now, it's the second time I've seen him looking at the 2 ball. And the 2 ball's awkward because of where the 9 is. It means you can't keep the angle and stun off 2 cushions out into the center. Yeah, I'm interested to see what he does with the 2, whether he stops the cue ball on those stripes or plays the run through coming off and on the bottom cushion on our screen. The 3 is going to give him the position that he's wanted to be on the 2 ball to the bottom right corner pocket. Yeah, he is playing the run through. the run through with the touch aside as well. Look at the way the side kicked off that bottom cushion. Seventh point on the board for Zhao Ruliang, and that's another break and run. 4 break and runs for Zhao Ruliang. 2 consecutive at the moment, if I'm not mistaken.
Keep it rocking.
第10局，赵汝亮开球。
So break and run before the break, and now another one after the 8-frame player break.
10秒。
7 points to Zhao Ruliang, 4 break and runs. And this is why. How absolutely simple he makes that break look. But if you've been on our live streams and you've watched a couple of our live matches on the Joy page, you'd see how difficult the break can be. How many matches and how many times we've seen players have dry breaks. Sometimes it costs them quite a few frames,
10秒。
especially if you are playing against a player like Zhao Ruliang. So Zhao Ruliang currently on 4 break and runs, and that's 3 consecutive at the moment for him. And he's averaging about 6 minutes a break and run at the moment. I think fastest so far is Zhao Jianbo earlier, 3 minutes a break and run. And that's how he was so quickly able to close in on Gareth Potts. But eventual winner of that match, Gareth Potts, 17-16. And same with the other round 7 losers bracket match between Phone Min-kyo and Tang Shunshao. Phone was 16-14 down, while he was 14-8 up. Let's start with that. He was 14-8 up. He went 16-14 down. Tang Shunshao with 8 unanswered frames and just not able to get over the winning line. Phone winning that 17-16. So I'll tell you how evenly matched those 4 players are if it goes down to deciders in both matches. Yeah, this is a race to 19, but I don't know if we can say early stages because look at the scoreline. It's early stages if Kungpeng can equalize. But if this match continues like this, and at the moment, Zhao Ruliang on 3 consecutive, make that 4 consecutive break and runs, total of 5, and he's 8-2 up after 10 frames played. And at the beginning of this match, it started off slow. I was wondering where this was. But Zhao Ruliang has found his break. Currently 8-2 up against Zhang Kungpeng in this winners bracket final. Race to 19, 5 break and runs, 4 consecutive. And it's not going to be a 5th. So for the first time in 4 frames, Zhang Kungpeng comes to the table. He was going on for a kiss on the 13-3 there, but he's still got the 7. The 6 ball outside the right center pocket. So has to still find a way to either get there for the 3 or separate 1, 3, 9 and 13. Not the worst position. The 3 does go to the top right corner pocket. He's also on the 1. And he's missed that by quite a bit. We don't see a player missing by that much at this level. Have a look at where it caught the rail very early. And you have to remember it's tough coming from being seated in that chair for 4 frames. Rhythm does play a huge part in this game as well. When you've been at the table, like Zhao Ruliang has for 4 consecutive frames, also think about balls potted. Didn't get the best roll there. Would have liked to be on the 14 to the top right corner pocket. The cue ball just rolling past the 3. Yeah, clever little shot to play it off the 1 ball, opening up the pocket for the 9. And at the same time pushing the 1 safe, although I don't think we'll see Zhang Kungpeng at the table again. Not if Zhao Ruliang has anything to say about that. And with players with, I mean, I'll call it pretty equal skill level between these two. This is the only way consecutive break and runs keep the other player in the chair as long as you can. And just keep punishing. That's all you can do, just keep punishing. Yeah, very true, very true. As good as you are, if you kept in your seat, there's nothing you can do but wait for your chance. Wise words. And when you do get a chance, you have to make the most of it. Otherwise, back in the chair you go. He's going to be on the 14 this time. Look at that. Now, if you were to play the 14 and you had ball in hand, that's exactly where you place the cue ball. Absolute precision from Zhao Ruliang. He was having a look at whether the black ball passes the 4. It does. Yeah, it was the stretching, unfortunately. Even if you had ball in hand, that shot is tough, stretching halfway across the table. Would have made a huge difference in this match if Zhao Ruliang went 9-2 up, kept Kungpeng in the chair, and put together another few break and runs. I'm a little bit surprised by the shot selection. I understand that he wanted to cover the 14, but the 3 was available to the center. So he's covered the 14 at the pocket, but he's left the 9 on. If this goes and Ruliang makes this clearance, it's going to sting. Oh, look at that. That is unreal. That is one of the best pots you are going to see today. That is ridiculous. The cue ball that close to the cushion. You digging down on the cue ball makes the shot so much tougher, elevated as well. Really, at the moment, Zhao Ruliang, he has a complete game. And look at the pace on that. Almost perfect. So we all know that over the past few years, best player has been Chu Bingxie. Most titles, most successful in the past few years. But if there's a player that I've seen that comes close. It's Zhao Ruliang. As he gets his 9th point on the board, he leads 9-2 over Zhang Kungpeng. Kungpeng not able to make the most of his chance in that previous frame. Try break from Zhao Ruliang and even the safety or the shot selection that Kungpeng chose on his last shot. Look, obviously we aren't at the table, we're not sat in his chair. We don't know what he's feeling at the moment, but from our perspective it did look strange. Because he left on the pot and he's paid for it. As a brilliant 9 potted to the top left from Zhao Ruliang. Usually when you leave a shot like that on a play for a player, you're putting a percentage on it. Can he pot it? Can he not? But not when you're leaving a pot like that on for Zhao Ruliang. And so far, as I was saying in the previous frame, he looks like it's the complete package as a player. Look, I haven't seen that much of his tactical play to judge that aspect of his game, but when it comes to everything else, from what I've seen, you know how much side he had on the cue ball. He had so much of inside English on the cue ball, he almost missed the pot. Went in off the jaws, and that's why the cue ball went into the 13 and pushed it over the center. So 9-2 race to 19. 7 away from Kungpeng and 10 away from the finish line. Usually in these matches, especially the long races, we look at whether a player can come back, especially from a 4 or 5 frame gap. Look, I've seen Chu Bingjie come down from 8 frames, 8-0 down against Shi Tianqi, and he was able to come back from 8-0 down and win 13-11. So currently Kungpeng 7 frames down on Ruliang. Now when does it become too much? And that pocket has been catching many players out today. Many players, many times. But we did see the ball touch the rail first, and usually once that happens, it's not in. So chance. Chance is a chance. Kungpeng at the table. Of course, the winner break format means that you can put together 5 or 6 break and runs and get back into the match. Yeah, I think that's, considering where the cue ball was and what he had to deal with, I think that's the best result he could have hoped for. Could have gotten better if cue ball went behind the 7. And in a situation like this, if Ruliang doesn't pot this ball or leave it outside a pocket, where is it going? No, staying in the center of the table, yeah. So if he doesn't pot it or leave it near pocket, Kungpeng has numerical advantage and should never lose the frame. Full ball kick on the 14. He wasn't that far off. But Kungpeng at the moment is not looking himself. I think he needs a few good clearances to get back into this match, and yeah, we'll see the Kungpeng that we saw last night against Tangshan Zhao. Slight test of this 2 ball to the bottom right. Yeah, no issue at all. So for Kungpeng, he needs to take every chance now. Get a frame on the board. Put together a few break and runs to stay at the table and not let Zhao Ruliang increase that lead even more. It's the only way. And he'd be wondering, how did he go 7 down this quickly? Only been playing for about 1.5 hours. You can see him making sure of every pot, every position is Zhang Kungpeng. black ball for his third point. And it's there. But third point is not the important thing, it's that he's on the table to break and got an opportunity to stay at the table.
台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰不例外一线球星代言。厉百文，中国台迷领导品牌。
Score is currently 9-3 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. Zhang Kungpeng to break in this 13th frame. Yeah, the reason I said that third point is not the most important thing is it's important that he stays at the table, he breaks well, and holds the table for as long as he can. White ball in on the break. So ball in hand behind the balk line for Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough break. For Kungpeng at the moment. Literally and metaphorically. You're playing against an absolute machine at the moment. And all of a sudden, Zhao Ruliang is on a clearance once again. Now it does look like the black ball goes playing the cue ball into a very small area, though it has to fit between the 1 and the 4 to put the black ball in the top right. This is about pace, and it's got too much pace. It's too much. Yeah, the black ball looks like it does. Yeah, from this angle it does go. Now the pace in that cue ball coming back down towards these two stripes has made this that much more difficult. That's worked out very well. That's a good roll on the 13. Cue ball pushed into the 13. Look, it could have been slightly off the cushion, but he's got an angle. He can get back into the balk area for the black ball. Might need the extension on his cue for this. Or he might be able to reach it. No. And you saw the cue, it went slightly across it at the end. Yeah, watch the cue there. No, he knew. He knew the moment the cue ball left the cue that he missed that. Oh, that's a tight. That is a very tight snooker from Zhang Kungpeng. And I think Kungpeng, on his way back into this match, he'll get a ball in hand now as well. I think he's going to definitely make sure of the clearance when he goes for it. He has to. So this is now another frame where Zhao Ruliang just has one ball on the table. Yeah, he's nicely on the 6 and the 1 to clear up at the top of the table on our screens and then come down. And it's a good chance for him to get his 4th point on the board. And already, if he can get this point on the board, he's made up 2 frames of mistakes from Zhao Ruliang. That's what he needs to do. That's his way of coming back into the match, but the breaks need to start working for him. Can't afford a dry break, or even worst case, potting the cue ball on the break. And this black ball for his 4th point. And it's there. Now 9-4 looks much better than 9-2. So Zhang Kungpeng on his way back in this match. Score 9-4 in favor of Zhao Ruliang in this race to 19.
局，张匡鹏开球。
So when you saw those statistics, while the referee was racking, you can see the part of Kungpeng's game that's not there, and that's the break. No break and runs yet. And that's why he's potted the cue ball, he's had dry breaks. And in a match like this, against in form Zhao Ruliang, that result is never going to be in his favor.
10秒，延时。 贴球。
That's touching ball, cue ball, and the 14. The 9 does go to the center. It's much tougher because of the way he has to bridge over the 14. But it's there. Now we did see that the 12-5 is a problem, bottom right of the table and on your screen. Yeah, Kungpeng, he tried the softer break yesterday. And he felt that didn't work for him, so he just started smashing them at that pace, and that was working for him yesterday. His breaks were really good against Tangshun Zhao. Yeah, against Tangshun Zhao, he had 8 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. Did Zhang Kungpeng last night. So I think that's why he's currently sticking with that break, but sitting in your chair watching the way that Ruliang breaks, oh, this is the shot to open the 12. Look at that. I have to say though, he's been slightly unlucky. The 15 doesn't pass the 7 to the top left, and he doesn't have sight on the 11. Well, that's what he's looking at. That really, really is a piece of bad fortune. Now, if he can't get through to the 11, he's going to have to take the 12 up. Not only does he have to pot this, he has to make sure that he has position on the 11 afterwards. This is a test. It's not there. He's gotten an unlucky roll with the previous shot to have left him only on the 12. And once again, chance for Zhang Kungpeng to to pick up the pieces. You have to remember he was 9-2 down. Nine-2 down. He's made it 9-4, 9-5, 9-6. The match starts changing already. So far, 13 frames played. At 16 frames, we'll have another player break. Now, the best case scenario for Kungpeng is at that player break, score 9-7, just 2 behind. He was 4 behind at the first player break, scores 6-2 after 8 frames. He's currently 5 behind Ruliang. And he's looking quite solid to me. If he gets the break right, I can see him getting right back into this match. He's definitely looking solid when he's at the table now. And you can see he's taking his time, he's checking every shot. And he's decided that the right shot is to take the 7 on now. Yeah, these players play that soft screw stun so well. Even though there was quite a bit of angle on that, he's able to hold the cue ball nicely for the 4 into the center. That's why he took the 7 first. He wanted to leave the 6 as his last ball to get nicely on the black ball. And this black ball for his 5th point. And 3 consecutive frames now. 3 frames in a row for Kungpeng. Score 9-5 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. So after 14 frames played, the score is 9-5 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. Kungpeng on the way back into this match from 9-2 down to 9-5. And he's made a ball on the break. It's about time. You have to remember these frames from 9-2 to 9-5, they were all frames where Ruliang was at the table. He had chances. They were not clearances. So Zhang Kungpeng on solids. And with his break as well, things are very open. In this case, you see the stripes on the more to the outskirts of the table. As I said, best case scenario, we go into the player break at 16 frames, played 9-7. And that will mean that Zhang Kungpeng has won 5 frames in a row. Just 3 solids left on the table. Black ball open to both center pockets. Yeah, getting the cue ball clean, because this 4 ball is not the kind of shot that you want to get a kick on. Otherwise known as a bad contact. Sometimes if there's a bit of chalk, a bit of dirt, the contact point on the object ball, it creates a bad contact and it actually pushes the object ball thick. And that pocket, once again, where has it made contact? Oh, look, he's overcut that, yeah. He's overcut that by quite a bit. So not able to capitalize on his chance at the table, breaking at the table. And now Zhao Ruliang at the table. He's played the combination. He wants to leave the cue ball in a place where the 1 doesn't pot. I think that's good enough. Now that's usually what the combination shot is used for. It's a legal shot in the game of Heyball, is to gain a tactical advantage. So you're potting your opponent's ball after making contact with your ball, legal shot, and then you also at the same time trying to get the cue ball safe. So Kungpeng going 1 cushion. I expect him to get this. He's just gone past. So ball in hand now for Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, the miss on the 4 ball might be costly. He was looking like he was making a good comeback. 3 frames on the bounce from 9-2 to 9-5. If Zhao Ruliang can take on this clearance and make it first to double digits as he closes in and gets closer towards the finish line at 19 frames. And although the one ball is so close to the black ball, I think black ball still pots in both center pockets. Also in top right corner, bottom left corner. Yeah, I don't really see any problems for Zhao Ruliang on this table. No reason why he shouldn't get his 10th point on the scoreboard. And although this is a clearance, it won't be a rack and run, as he did come to the table, played a shot before this, so this is his second visit at the table. As he takes his 10th point in this 15th frame, he leads 10-5 over Zhang Kungpeng.
寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
15 frames played in this race to 19 winners bracket final. Score is 10-5 in favor of Zhao Ruliang at the table, now breaking in the 16th frame. After this frame, we will have a player break. So 6-2 up at the previous 8-frame player break. He's currently 5 frames ahead of Kungpeng. So worst case scenario, 10-6. He'll keep the 4-frame gap. And best case scenario for him, 11-5. So first player to double digits in this match, Zhao Ruliang. 5 away from Kungpeng, 9 away from the finish line. Now, if he puts this frame on the board, he's then 6 away from Kungpeng and just 8 away. And that's how quickly this can go downhill for Kungpeng. Oh, look at that. He has overcut that by a mile. What's gone on there? Look at that. And as you can see, the cue ball being that close to the 12, the only real option Kungpeng has is to take solids and take the 7 on. Solids in play. Yeah, no, I don't think the 5 goes, so we can see the 1 does go. So he's going to land on the 1. He's going to land high on the 1. So he can just nudge the 5-11. The problem isn't nudging the 5-11, it's what are you doing after that? Because if the cue ball gets stuck to the 5, where's his next shot? Does the 4 go into the center? Yeah, but he's nicely on the 5 as well. That's worked out well for Zhang Kungpang. There's our answer. The 4 does go. Just had to be very accurate to get that in, to go past those 2 stripes. Was not playing into the full center pocket there. So as I said, worst case scenario for Zhao Ruliang and best case for Zhang Kungpeng is we go into the player break at 10-6. Just 4 frames behind. He was 7 behind at 9-2. And I feel, considering that that is the best result for him at the moment, to keep this within 4 frames, because 4 frames, if he finds his break, he can very easily put 4 frames together as well. Yeah, definitely now 6th point for Zhang Kungpang. As we go into the break, Zhao Ruliang leading 10 frames to 6.
官方暂停10分钟，10分钟未到，恢复一局。
是金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台米领导品牌。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小信大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
园有芷溪，篱有兰，这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。她带领当地村民把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、 观光于一体的农旅典范，助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的清清民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅，1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼，楼高30多米，巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。维楚酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温馨浪漫的红酒文化之中。维楚酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美侗乡酒庄，同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间，人声鼎沸，好评如潮。维楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《侗情芷江》，以浓郁的侗乡文化大餐惊艳呈现。维楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、礼的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。维楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美侗乡酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人郑伟国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动。在乔氏的推动下， 已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
比赛继续，第17局，张坤鹏开球。
And we are back after the player break. Zhang Kungpeng winning that 6th point. Just before the player break, the 16-frame player break to make it 10-6. Just 4 behind as he was at the 8-frame player break. So it's quite a comeback from 9-2 down. And this time you did see he changed the break slightly. Previous frame was a rack and run, so he's currently on 3 rack and runs. Zhao Ruliang 5 break and runs. And this looking like it could be Kungpeng's first break and run of the match. This is our race to 19 winners bracket final. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., we have Gareth Potts against Phone Mincure. That's 10 a.m. China Standard Time. Round 8 of the losers bracket. Winner of that match plays loser of this match in the losers bracket final tomorrow at 6 p.m. And winner of that 6 p.m. match will play the winner of this match in the grand final in 2 days' time on the 27th of September at 4 p.m. local time. As we see, Zhang Kungpeng gets his first break and run on the board. And that's his 7th point. Now 17 frames played, now score 10-7. And what a comeback it's been for Zhang Kungpeng. 9-2 down to now 10-7. And he's definitely changed his break. Look at that. softer break definitely working at the moment on this table. So Kungpeng making the changes, adapting. I mean, he's seen the way that Ruliang has been breaking. And we saw that yesterday in his match, the soft break was not working, so he changed it up. And then we saw Tang Chunchao also trying to change it, but she just wasn't able to find that break. Now talking about comebacks, earlier today, Phone Min Kyo against Tang Chunchao. Phone was up 14-8. Tang Chunchao winning 8 frames in a row to make it 16-14 in a race to 17, but not able to get over the finish line as Phone Min won that 17-16. I have no idea how he was able to pull that off. So no consecutive break and runs as Kungpeng decides to play containing safety shot on Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, and Kungpeng's had to work very hard in the last few frames to bring it back to 10-7. He's had to really grind, make the most of his opportunities, make some opportunities as well. 2 of those frames, 1 visit clearances, 1 rack and run, 1 break and run. So race to 19, I'll say we are about halfway there. Especially now that Zhang Kungpeng is back in the match. If the score would have remained 9-2 or 10-2, then different story, obviously. It's a very interesting shot. He used the 4 to try and block the 14, and at the same time trying to get the cue ball safe on this end of the table. Yeah, problems on the table for both players. As you can see, the 14 for Kungpeng doesn't go with where the 4 is. The 14 doesn't go to the center. But that cluster will also cause a problem for Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, I like that shot. Such a simple shot to play your opponent's ball towards the cushion, and just like that you can gain an advantage. Because that does cause a problem, and now, as you see, Kungpeng having to sort that problem out. And this is close to going in, actually. Look at that. And the 6 being where it is, I think we'll say advantage Kungpeng at the moment. I think he might be taking 6 onto the 10 through the gap. The cue ball fits through the gap, yep. He's gone for that. He's gone for 6 onto the 10. Yeah, and these tactical frames are sometimes real game changers. Not only in the scoreline, but psychologically as well. So scoreline will affect. If Kungpeng gets this frame, he's just 2 behind at 10-8. He's right there. But especially if one of these players win this frame and then go on to put a few frames together after that. And look at that. I never expected the 7 to go in. But can he gain some sort of advantage from staying at the table? Yeah, look at this cushion first into the 10. Nicely dropped into the bottom left corner pocket. Ten on the cushion. Yeah, very nice. I like that shot from Zhao Ruliang. And there we see the 13 does pass the 6 into this bottom left corner pocket, but that's not the shot he's taking. He wanted to get the 10 free, but now Zhao Ruliang with the chance on solids, it's just that bunch. If he can find a way to take care of that in this visit, there is a chance for Zhao Ruliang to take this frame. One of these players are going to have to attack. No, not yet. Oh yes, I was actually talking about Zhao Ruliang's safety game earlier. I said that's the one part of his game that I haven't seen that much of.
10秒。
Very tough to say who has the tactical advantage at the moment. I'm leaning towards Zhao Ruliang slightly. Yeah, now definitely, but I think Kungpeng has to take away the 3. He can't leave the 3 there because the 3 is a direct connector now to the 4, 5, 14. Yeah. No, not a foul. Not a foul, not a foul. Referee called a foul. Cue ball made contact with the cushion. And you have to feel the longer that this frame goes on, the more important it is. Because it's tough when you've been fighting for a frame like this, which both players are, to eventually end up losing it, especially if it's because of a blunder or a mistake that you made. So that was Kungpeng opening everything up in this frame. So tired of the back and forth now, he said, okay, if you want to go, you can go. He's left the 3 on the cushion, 1 on the cushion as well. Yeah, if you leave your opponent a tough table like this is, I mean, it's not easy. The 3, the 1, even navigating around that area, or those 3 solids in the balk area, it's a tough clearance to make. If your opponent makes it, I think you can live with giving away the frame, especially in the manner in which he did. He didn't make a mistake per se, he purposely did that. And the pot's not there, but I think he's gotten cover. Yes, he does. From this angle, it looks like he's covered. A slight swerve can pot the 10 though. And the black ball still goes, so Kungpeng might have a chance. Does it go directly? It's so tight coming past the black ball. Yeah, touch a swerve, look at that. Very nicely done. And that's the beauty of this game, is the way you can manipulate the cue ball to get out of situations like that. If you have the skill, you have the cue power to manipulate the cue ball on the snap cloth, it can be a really exciting game to play. Or if you're having a bad day, it can be a very cruel game to play. Some wise words I've picked up from a friend of mine. He said, always play the right shot. If you miss, you just need more practice. And that's a very simple way of looking at it. No matter how tough the shot is, if it's the right shot, play the right shot. And if you miss, it just means that you require more practice. So in that way, you don't really have to beat yourself up about it if you know you need more practice. It's as simple as that. And we said this was a big frame, and Kungpeng has taken this big frame. 8th point now for him. Score 10-8, just 2 frames in it. So I spoke about the amount that these players practice. Phonement has just walked into the venue to practice this evening. So he must have practiced a bit after the match with Zhang. Gone to have something to eat, and it's now 7:45 in the evening. And he's back to put in a few more hours on the practice tables, his phonement. So Kungpeng winning that huge frame. I feel to get within 2 after being 7 frames down. Especially since it was a very long tactical battle, almost 20 minutes that frame. Just under 20 minutes. The fact is that Zhao Ruliang had a chance, missed the ball to the top left, gave Kungpeng half a chance, and he was able to take that and make the clearance. So 18 frames played in this race to 19. And all of a sudden, the huge cushion that Zhao Ruliang had is almost gone. I read a comment earlier on our Facebook stream about Zhang Kungpeng having nerves of steel. Definitely does, to bring the scoreline back to what it is now. But now it looks like normal service resumed for Zhao Ruliang at the table. Try break from Zhang Kungpeng. Once again, very clean, neat and tidy from Ruliang at the table. I mean, just that shot on the 3, to have the angle, the perfect angle that he had on the 3, so he can just drift over for the black ball in the same pockets, not by chance. Those things are planned. Zhao Ruliang takes his 11th point, and that's a rack and run. His first rack and run. So 19 frames played. Zhao Ruliang to break in this 20th frame. He's leading 11 frames to 8 over Zhang Kungpeng. This is the winners bracket final, race to 19, winners break format. The 7's not there, but that doesn't matter. He's made the 15 and the 14. Yeah, so 7 coming up short, but the 15 going into the center and the 14 going into the bottom left corner. And in the previous frame, I did say, looks like normal service resumed. So what I'd like to see is if he was just, I don't want to say resting, but you know what I mean, whether he was, he was just taking a bit of a break in the match, not utilizing his full focus and full energy, and now that Kungpeng is within 2 and 3, whether now he pulls out another 7-frame gap. I mean, a race to 19 is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You have to also be able to pace yourself. Of course, these players play these kind of races all the time, so they know exactly the kind of match preparation and also how you need to behave in a match that long. When's the last time you know anybody who played a race to 19? Especially at this game. This game is much more physically and mentally demanding. Bigger table, heavier balls. Usually most of us at least race to 7s, race to 9 max. So for a lot of international players already, when they get into stage 2, playing a race to 13 is something something totally new. And a race to 13 is best of 25 frames, which means you could be playing a total of 25 frames if the score is 13-12. Like even this race to 19, can you imagine, it's the best of 37 frames. Can you imagine focusing at 100% for 37 frames? How do you do that? So far, match time, 2 hours and 50 minutes. We're closing in on 3 hours. And we are saying that we are around halfway, so this match could go 6 hours, depending on how many tactical frames we have and the scoreline, of course. Yeah, this is better now from Zhao Ruliang, and this black ball for his 12th point and 6th break and run. Yeah. Normal service resumed indeed. He pulls away again, 4-frame gap between Zhang Kungpeng.
21局，赵如亮开球。
20 frames played. Zhao Ruliang up 12 frames to 8 over Zhang Kungpeng. So far, 2 unanswered frames once again. 1 rack and run, 1 break and run. The 14's in. And this time the layout not looking that easy. It really does amaze me how that ball doesn't get touched on its way to the center. There's so much going on around it. So in Heyball rules, you have to play the ball you are potting to select color. For example, you can't play the 15 onto the 1 and be playing solids. You have to go stripe on a stripe or solid on a solid. Yeah, very close. Getting past the black ball for the 11 in the corner. Now, although we see there are a few problems on stripes, if he can get behind the 10 ball, play the 10 off the 1 into the right center pocket, it should send the 1 into the 6-12. But he's going to have to add a touch aside to this. Watch the cue ball. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, now 10 off the 1, it pushes the 1 into the 6-12, which opens up that issue. I mean, if he gets a good roll, it even could push the 6 towards the 7-9. Yeah, I think that's the right shot to play at this time. Yes, he's played it. He's played it. He's opened, well, I'm not going to say just yet that he's opened up the 12. It looks like he has, but it'd be nice if they show a replay of that so you can see exactly. Watch the 1. The 1 hits the 6. The 6 just comes past the 7, but then the 1, look at where the 1 goes. Gets stuck to the 12 ball, and I don't think the 12 ball goes. That's a touch of bad fortune there. I mean, deserved a better roll. That could be in. That's in. So after I just said he had a bit of bad fortune, look at that. That is a huge piece of good fortune. What a roll. Look at this. So Giorgio off the 9 pots. Not only does it pot, the 9 is potable. So he's taking the 15. But what a positional shot he has to play now to get onto the 9. This is pacey. This is too hard. And that's an error from Zhao Ruliang, and this is how he lost quite a few frames when he was 9-2 up, ending up on the last ball and then not making the clearance. Now, Zhang Kungpang comes to the table, 7, all 7 solids still on. Has the numerical advantage, so many places to put the cue ball. Yeah, you're playing a shot like that, absolutely no pressure on it. You know your opponent's coming to the table with no direct shot. Of course, he's going to be going cushion first. Now, if he can get 2 cushions, pot the 9 and make position on the black ball. Well, that's not bad either. 2 cushions touch the 9 and leave the cue ball right behind it. But that's the problem with Kungpeng having so many object balls. He's going to glance the 5, run the cue ball down table. So in 2 shots, he's taken the 2 from being a difficult shot to being a pocket ball. He's also taken the 5 off the cushion. Now, Zhao Ruliang touches the 9, he opens the pocket for the 1, and then Kungpeng is free to go. Yeah, pocket is open, and everything's open now for Zhang Kungpeng. Now there is an app on WeChat, a Chinese 8-ball or Heyball app, and you can vote for the player you think is going to win the match, and Kungpeng has 66% of the vote, Zhao Ruliang 34%. And those votes coming in from the Chinese. When I see those results, the 66% and the 34%, 66 for Zhang Kungpeng, wondering what do these people know that we don't? Because so far, from what I've seen in this tournament, in this match, Zhao Ruliang is, I mean, he is rock solid. But also in China at the moment, Zhang Kungpeng he's the face of Heyball. Like how Gareth Potts is the international face for Heyball, Kungpeng is the Chinese face for Heyball now. Him and Chu Bingxie. So it seems like the positional mistake on the 9 from Zhao Ruliang is going to be costly. It's going to cost him the frame, going to cost him the 4-point lead. Back down to 3 points as Kungpeng takes his 9th point now. Yeah. Zhao Ruliang leads 12 frames to 9 in this race to 19.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
第22局，张空鹏开球。
Yeah, he's back to the power break. Decided that the softer break wasn't working for him. Scores currently 12-9 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. He's mixing and matching his break is Zhang Kungpeng. But whatever does work, that's what he has to stick with. Did not play for the cannon into the 10, played to come around the stripes, to play them in the same pocket that the first ball was potted in. Yeah, real issue on the left side of the table on our screen for Zhao Ruliang on solids. I mean, where do you even start? Yeah, of course, the plan was to pot the 14 with the 2. Yeah, he's overrun that cue ball by a lot. He played on the 11 to the bottom right. He did not play on this. It's going to go in off the 4. Yeah, playing it that accurately at that pace off the 4 requires almost the same accuracy as actually potting that ball normally. And if Kungpeng can make this clearance, he's back within 2. And we are approaching the 24 frame player break. Yeah, very nicely done. It's a little bit close to the 3, but I think he can still cue past the 3. Just a little bit of elevation required. Yeah, it's there, he gets his 10 point on the board. Within 2 once again is Zhang Kungpeng.
3局，张空鹏开球。
So Zhang Kungpeng has brought it within 2, scores 12-10 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. Cue balls in just when he was getting somewhere. So at the first break, 8 frames played. Score was 6-2 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. At the second break, 16 frames, 10-6. So he's maintained that 4-frame gap throughout. Sometimes the gap has been more, sometimes less, but at the break, he's kept it at 4 frames. Now he's currently, well, the gap is currently 2 frames, with 2 frames to play until the next player break. But the way things have been going, he'll do well to keep the 4-frame gap going, will Zhao Ruliang. This is a race to 19, so if he goes into the break at 14-10, puts him 5 away from the finish line, 4 away from Kungpeng. Huge favorite then. However, if Kungpeng can win these 2 frames and they go in 12 all, anyone's game from there on out. And now he's looking at getting the cue ball through the gap between black ball and 12. It should naturally take. Yeah, that was the problem. You had to worry about the cue ball. Didn't focus on the pot. And this is not a pot that he should be missing. And that poll is actually, it's bothering me, that 66% to 34%. What do they know that we don't know? Yeah, that was a very good shot from Kungpeng. Yeah, but what I have seen is Kungpeng really has a lot of grit, very strong nerves of steel, as they say. I mean, from 9-2 down, I know it's a race to 19, but still 7 frames down. And he's been just grinding and grinding. Has not had the best fortune. I mean, currently in this match, Kungpeng just has 1 break and run. 10 points, 1 break and run. Where do you see that? So imagine if he's averaging his normal, how different the scoreline could look. And as I said, in the race to 17 against Tang Chun Chao, I think that was last night, he had 8 break-in runs. Now look at that. Where are those 8 break-in runs today? It's little things like that we don't really think about that can change the match so much. Just over halfway now, so if Kungpeng finds his break and finds those consecutive break and runs, Zhao Ruliang can be in trouble. Yeah, very well taken. Very well taken from Zhang Kungpeng, and this to put him within 1. It's there, he takes his 11th point, just trailing by 1 frame. 12-11 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. So 23 frames played. Zhang Kungpeng to get us underway in the 24th. We will have a player break after this frame. He's made a ball. He's made a few. So we did say best case scenario for him, 12 all at the break. Should be going into the 9-5 from here. He is. Yeah, that could have worked out better. The 5 is potable, the 9 as well. But of course the 5 not from where he currently is. Now if he can pull out 1 good pot from here, that's all he needs. There's just too many options on the table for Zhao Ruliang. So whatever Kungpeng takes on, it has to go. He's called extension while down on the shot. Yeah, I said it had to go and it's gone. That was a pressure pot on the 4. Look at this from where the cue ball is. That's what you call hitting center white. Unbelievable. There was not a trace of side on that cue ball. And especially playing up the nap like that. A touch of side and you're missing that ball by a good few centimeters. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Another recovery needed. Now, can the 6 go in to this bottom left corner pocket? So it doesn't look like there's enough space normally, but now he's looking at it into the center. I think it actually, there's a argument for it going into the bottom left. He's taken it to the center, it's there, and he's on the 5. Now this is the Kungpeng we saw yesterday against Tangshan Zhao. It didn't matter what was on the table, he was able to make the clearance. Yeah, now certainly. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Zhang Kungpeng to even up the match at 12 all. And that is his second break and run for the match. So 12 all at 24 frames played. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 苛刻精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌，成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
一线赛事指定台泥：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台泥领导品牌。
跳课我选布洛克。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第25局，张空鹏开球。
Yeah, and game on now. Scores 12-12 at the player break. What a comeback from Zhang Kungpang. And he's potted a ball on the break as well. 12 all, race to 19. Zhao Ruliang was 9-2 up. Well, 6-2, 9-2, 10-6. So in the last 8 frames, 6 of them won by Zhang Kungpeng. He's currently on 2 break-and runs, 3 rack-and runs. Zhao Ruliang, 6 break-and runs, 1 rack-and run. But those are very small numbers for Zhang Kungpeng. Having 8 break-and runs against Tangshan Zhao yesterday. So if he finds a rhythm, he gets the chance, he breaks well. He could really put a few frames on the board really quickly, and what a time to do it as well. So with all matches, but especially these long races, race to 19 for example, there's a beginning, middle, end. So beginning of this match, Zhao Ruliang definitely well and truly in the driving seat. Middle of the match was a fight. And I'd have to say that fight's gone to Zhang Kungpeng. And now, at 12 all, effectively a race to 7 now. I'd say we've entered the ending phase of this match. As these next few frames and next few points could easily decide. Now, of course, one of these players could get to 18 first and be leading by far, and the other one can make a comeback and push a decider. All bets are off then, of course. Zhang Kungpeng with another break and run, so that's 2 consecutive break and runs now. It's his 3rd break and run. I'm just trying to have a look at when's the last time Zhang Kungpeng was leading. He led in the first frame, he took the first point. It was 1 all, he took the second point. So the last time he led was a 2-1 up. That's the last time Zhang Kungpeng led. After that it was 2-2, and Ruliang has led all the way from 2-1. Which means that this is the first time he's taken the lead in a very long time as Zhang Kungpeng. He's made a ball again on the break. He's currently leading 13-12 in this race to 19. I mean, what a time to take the lead. Zhao Ruliang looked so strong in the early parts of the match, but 9-2 up, he started giving away a few frames. I think there were 4 or 5 frames where he had chances, had visits at the table. but maybe a little bit too complacent. And before we knew it, the scoreline had changed very quickly. So in the last 2 frames, Zhang Kungpeng has had more break-in runs than he did in the whole match thus far. 25 frames played. He's currently on 3 break-in runs, 3 rack-in runs, 2 consecutive break-in runs at the moment. And so far the highest in this match was 4 consecutive for Zhao Ruliang. Now just imagine if Kungpeng can put together 4 or 5 consecutive now at this time in the match. The clock is also, the shot clock is not stopped when a player asks for the cue ball to be cleaned unless the referee sees something and she wants to clean the cue ball. Otherwise, when you see these players asking for it to be cleaned, it comes off their time and you only have 45 seconds per shot. Yeah, look at that. Look at that from Zhang Kungpeng. And this black ball for his 14th point, 4th break and run, and 3rd consecutive. It's there. Yeah, I can't believe what's going on in this match. I mean, what a time to find some form for Zhang Kungpeng. And I ask the question, oh, the cue ball almost in and he hasn't made a ball this time. So now it's going to be a fight all the way to 19. Yeah, ask the question, what do the people who voted know that we don't? He's now on 67% of the votes for winner of this match. And it's been that way since the beginning. That number hasn't changed. Well, it changed now from 66 to 67, but from the beginning, even when he was 9-2 down, there's Phone Mint in the stands watching the match.
10秒。延时。
Yeah, Phone currently taking a small break from his practice. I mean, how do you come back from 9-2 down to be up 14-12? The other question is, how does Zhao Ruliang allow that to happen? Do we think we see a decider in this match between these two at 18 all? What have we witnessed? I don't understand what we've just seen. I really don't. I can't explain it. I cannot explain that miss. What has Zhao Ruliang done there? Yeah, the reason I say how does he allow it is because at 9-2 up, when Zhang Kungpang was making the comeback, Zhao Ruliang had chances in almost every single one of those frames. It wasn't clearances. Just a few frames ago, Zhang Kungpang was on 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. So definitely in the driving seat. And I think he just took his foot off the pedal a bit. And it's cost him.
10秒，延时。贴了。
Yeah, another clearance for Zhang Kungpeng. 1 visit. Unbelievable.
28局，让空棚开球。
So Zhao Ruliang with a definite chance in the previous frame. I mean, he missed the ball to the bottom left. Score is currently 15-12 in favor to Zhang Kungpeng. And he spotted a ball on the break once again. Yeah, 15-12 race to 19. He's 4 frames away. And what a performance, I have to say, what a performance from him in, I'd say, the previous 5 to 10 frames. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. There was a shot from Zhao Ruliang earlier, very similar to that. Kungpeng left him on the 9, a long 9, and he potted it. That was very early in the match. Most probably around the time when Zhao Ruliang was 7-2 up. But at this time in the match to pot a ball like that, now he's opened up the black ball, but does the 4 go as well, or does he have to get into it again? Miscue? Yes, it was. We should definitely see a replay of that. He was low on the cue ball and very lucky to not have caused a foul. I mean, what other twists are going to come our way in this match? So now we've seen what Zhang Kungpeng can do when he is behind. How he can really fight for a match and fight to get back into the match. Now with Zhao Ruliang trailing by 3. Earlier I did say that he looks like the complete player. Ticks the boxes at every single part of his game. But this is a real test now, whether you can tick those boxes under this kind of pressure. It's not there. It's not there. He's missed the 15 to the center. We did see Kungpeng looking at the 4 earlier, whether the 4 does go or he needs to get into it. If need be, the 6 can be a good connector. He's taken his extension as well now. I would have expected him to take on the 7 as the pot, but he's looking to park the cue ball closer to the 5. This match has been going on for 3 hours and 52 minutes now. Has he left the 5 as a tempter? I don't think so. And now that he's pushed the 11 closer to the right corner pocket at the bottom of our screen, there's not that many safe places on the table for Zhang Kungpeng to leave the cue ball. Yeah, you're going to see the cue ball being left at the top left of the table. It's not a bad result. I just feel at the moment there's a lot more pressure on Zhao Ruliang. And that's because of the lead he did have. And in the past 2 frames, he's missed 2 balls that he would usually never miss. If it wasn't for the miscue from Zhang Kungpeng, scoreline would be different already. And as we can see, we are right behind the bottom right corner pocket. The 11 does go, but the queuing past the 1, that's a problem. As if the shot's not long enough. You're queuing right next to the 1 ball. Foul, yeah. He's touched the black ball first. Ball in hand anywhere on the table for Zhang Kungpeng, and straight away lining up behind the 4 to the top left corner pocket. That currently is his only problem. It's there. And could we be looking at a 4-point lead after this frame? Cameraman showing us that the black ball passes into that corner pocket. Yeah, this is a really big frame in this match. And especially because of the mistakes from Zhao Ruliang. That's 3 unforced errors in 2 frames, 2 missed pots. And those are not pots that he'd normally miss. And then also now clipping the black ball on the way down for the 11. You just can't afford to make a mistake like that. Not against Kungpeng right now. And we saw those sort of errors when he was 9-2 up, and we didn't think much of it because it was 9-2. But it's not 9-2 anymore. It's 15-12. And this black ball for 16-12 for Zhang Kungpeng. It's there. 16-12 for Zhang Kungpeng. He's just 3 away now.
谢谢。第29局，张鹤鹏开球。
28 frames played. Score is 16-12 to Zhang Kungpeng in this race to 19. And now the winner break format can be very dangerous. The black ball's off the table as well. Oh, but look at where the cue ball's gone, so he might choose to re-break. Yes, he does. So that's the advantage when you actually put the black ball on the break. You can choose to continue or to re-break the black ball into the center. But look at the cue ball. The cue ball gets tied up to the 13. No pot available. So he chooses to re-break. Yeah, now as I was saying, 16-12 up, winner break format. What are the chances? Yeah, winner's break is tricky in both ways because, I mean, it can either go 2 ways. Kungpeng runs the rest of the match out, or at least he gets to the hill very quickly, or Zhao Ruliang can come back, but the problem is, from what we've seen, and this time it looks like a dry break, it is. Yeah, the problem is, from what we've seen just over the past, I'd say 5 frames from Zhao Ruliang, it's been shaky to say the least. 3 unforced errors in 2 frames. Something needs to change.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, that's a good shot to open up the 1. It's better. And I agree, it is now or never for Zhao Ruliang. If he can't make something happen now,
10秒。
he's opened up the black ball as well. And from a spectator's point of view and commentator's point of view as well, it's amazing the way we see, the way a match flows from one player to another and back. And the thing is, we sitting here and watching, we have absolutely no idea what the player is currently going through. Like, I can imagine having a 9-2 lead and losing it, and now being 4 frames down. I can imagine you definitely feel something. No matter how good you are, no matter how world-class of a player you are, you will be feeling something. Especially if you're not getting the rolls and you're getting a few unlucky rolls. That's a good recovery. Now, the way he's played this, I don't think he's going to disturb any more stripes. He's opened up the black ball earlier, and he's looked at where he needs to be, the path between 9 and 14, to have the potting angle on the black ball. Much better now from Zhao Ruliang. He's playing into quite a small window. Should be good. And it's there. Zhao Ruliang takes his second rack and run and 13 point. Welcome back, Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, that was a huge frame. Now 16-13. It could have been 17-12. Yeah, definitely. Welcome back, Zhao Ruliang. Look at that break. So controlled, so precise. We did say it's now or never. Has to make full use of this winner's break format to try and claw his way back in this match. Yeah, and what I also like about the referees, if you've noticed, is they don't scream 10 seconds while you are on the shot or while you are about to cue the ball. It'll either be whispered or they'll give you the slight benefit that you are about to play the shot, and that's very well trained referees at these Joy tournaments, and that makes a difference. If you're on an important shot and the referee's behind you and screams 10 seconds as you are cueing the ball, like on your backswing, I'm not saying the referee is the reason you're going to miss the ball, but it can definitely can be a compounding factor. He's gotten a massive bounce. Still should be good though. 14 to the bottom right corner pocket. Black ball for the center. It's there. Yeah, he's back to being very clinical now, is Zhao Ruliang. Absolute perfection at the moment as he takes his 14th point, and that's another break and run for Zhao Ruliang.
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
第31局，赵汝亮开球。
So that was another break and run for Zhao Ruliang. He's currently on 7 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. But he's still down by 2 as Zhang Kungpeng leads 16-14. And we will have another player break at 32 frames played. And he's made a ball again. This is the 31st frame now, so after the next one. And now tables are turned. It's in his best interest that we go into the player break at 16 all. At the first break, he was leading 6-2. At the second, 10-6. At the third, it was all even at 12 all.
10秒，延时。
And that's when, for the first time since the third frame, Zhang Kungpeng took the lead, and he's kept it so far. Yeah, the 3 is okay. It goes off the 14. It's okay. This was a good shot. This was a good shot to open up the 3. Of course, it would have been better if it pushed the 14 in and stayed there, but it does go. And tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will have round 8 of the losers bracket. Gareth Potts against Phone Min Kyo. We did see Phone in the arena. He's watching this match. He was practicing earlier as well. Winner of that match will play loser of this match in the losers bracket final tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. And winner of that match will play winner of this match in the grand final on the 27th of September. It's 2 days' time at 4 p.m. local time. Yeah, so positional mistake means that he's taking the cross on, and that is an excellent recovery pot, but does he have the 7? Yeah, really good cross bank on the 3. He's been so unlucky to land where he has. I think he can just, from this angle, it looks like he could just get through to the 7. No. Jump cue in hand. So he has to, yeah, he just has to get over the edge. And Zhao Ruliang, well, Zhang Kungpeng straight to the table. It was a good recovery, shouldn't have needed to play the recovery on the 3, but it was a good recovery pot, unlucky to not be on, or be better on the 7 and the 5. Yeah, Kungpeng not satisfied potting 1 ball at a time, deciding to pot the 10 and the 15 finding its way as well. Yeah, I don't like where the 14s ended up after that shot. It's made the 14 slightly tougher. Not forgetting the 11 ball top right of your screen.
10秒。延时。
Yeah, he wasn't going for the pot, he was going for the cue ball position to get the cue ball pretty much exactly where it is now. To not leave the 5 on.
10秒。
Now, I'm pretty sure that cue ball was meant to come another 30 centimeters or so down the table. Because I do believe the 9 does pot. It should go past the 7 to the top right.
10秒。
Referee has called 10 seconds. She's counting down from 5. He's not taking the pot on. Once again, cue ball positioning. And there might be a piece of the 5 there. We can see it's really tough to see whether he has enough of it. He does. Cue ball stays on the table. Good pot from Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, there's a touch of pressure on the 7. Yeah, excellent. Don't think your mind about the cue ball being that close to the 13. Black ball is close enough to the center. And this is a huge frame for Zhao Ruliang. And it's there, his 15th point, trailing by 1 frame. 16-15 in favor of Zhang Kungpeng. Now there are times we'll see at the end of the match the scoreline being very tight, maybe 19-18 or 19-17, and you wonder, how was the scoreline that tight after that many frames? If you have been watching this match from the beginning, you would have seen how one player can be up by as much as 7 frames and all of a sudden there's nothing in it. The 9's in. Now this is the frame before the player break, 32nd frame. And we did say best case scenario for Zhao Ruliang. He goes into the break level at 16 all. And then we have a race to 3 effectively after that. Game definitely on.
延时。
Yeah, Zhao Ruliang, so far in this tournament, I would have to say has the best break. Of course, there are a few try breaks that come his way, but very rarely potting the cue ball as his break is so controlled. Very nicely gets the 10 open and pottable into the bottom right corner pocket. Yeah, Zhao Ruliang's break it's very deliberate. Everything about it is deliberate. Oh, I think he is. By the way, he's on the 12. He's going to have to play the 15 down to the bottom left corner pocket. Yeah, but he's really close to the 15, and it's almost straight down. It's also 2 ball spaces off the cushion. it's the first time in this match we've had to see him fight from being down. Yeah, very cool indeed. Yeah, comeback for a comeback. I like that. Of course, Zhao Ruliang's comeback wasn't, well, he didn't have to climb such a mountain, but then you can argue at a stage like this in the match, it is a huge comeback. And it's there, 16 all as we go to the break. Another break and run for Zhao Ruliang. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
专用提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计。生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
园有枳兮，篱有兰，这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射。它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩，他带领当地村民把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范，助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的清清民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅，1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼，楼高30多米。巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客，荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。唯厨酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖， 扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温情浪漫的红酒文化之中。维楚酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美动香酒庄，同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间，人声鼎沸，好评如潮。维楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《动情芷江》，以浓郁的动香文化大餐惊艳呈现。维楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、礼的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。维楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美动香酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人郑伟国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
And we are back, and that'll be the last player break of this match at 32 frames played. Score currently 16 all in this race to 19 winners bracket final between Zhao Ruliang and Zhang Kungpeng. in the previous frame. Zhao Ruliang with break and run to take his 16th point. The one's in. Yeah, he's currently on 8 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Kungpeng 4 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. So effectively a race to 3. So this is how the winner's bracket works. This is the winner's bracket final. The winner of this match goes through to the grand final on the 27th, so they don't play tomorrow at all. So it's a full rest day, and they only play their next match on the 27th at 4 p.m. Whereas the player who loses in this match has to play tomorrow evening. And if they win, has to play the final. Now the player coming through the loser's bracket, Fonement and Gareth Potts, they have to play tomorrow morning. Winner of that plays tomorrow evening, and if one of them win that match, they play again. That's why we say player who comes through the loser's bracket always plays many more matches than the player in the winner's bracket. Look at this, into the 15. Yeah, but this is still a very tough table. The 13 under the black ball. You have to get a good angle on the 10 or the 11 to get into that. So we've seen the grit that Zhao Ruliang has to fight back. But can he go all the way? No, it's not there. And that was tough queuing over the cushion like that. That was not an easy shot at all. Narrowly missing into the top right corner pocket. Zhao Ruliang has won the previous 4 frames from 16-12 to 16-all. So does the tide turn once again in favor of Zhang Kungpeng? And from the angles that I've seen of the table, it doesn't look like the black ball passes. It has to be moved. It's going. It's going to touch it. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's been unlucky. That's been very unlucky. So jump cue out. Now, Kungpeng has made some really good jump shots throughout this tournament. I've seen them on the highlight reels. If there was a time to get it right. pot that is the cue ball. The cue ball, oh my. How does this go in? "16 all." Kungpeng jumps, pots, and goes in off. Ball in hand, Zhao Ruliang. Black ball now opened as well. Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, the 12 goes. He's on the 15 to get back on the side of the table. Look at the way he's potted that ball. He's absolutely hammered that in. Yeah, that's for anyone who says that these balls can't be played at that pace down the rail. Did you see that? I think he'll have to play this one rail. Come around the other side of the 13 for the same pocket. Or is he choosing to stun across? No, he felt more comfortable stunning across. And at the moment it's 4 unanswered frames for Zhao Ruliang. It's not perfect on the black ball. It's there. He gets his 17th point on the board. He showed us not only can he come back, he can also take the lead once again. And that's now 5 frames in a row for Zhao Ruliang. And I think the last time he was leading was at 12-11. 12-12 at that 24 frame break, and after that it's been Zhang, Kungpeng all the way until now. Zhao Ruliang leading 17-16, race to 19. 5 ball into the center pocket. Yeah, he's in the previous frame, he smashed the 12 ball down the rail as hard as he breaks the balls. Stripes in play for Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, these stripes at the bottom end of the table on our screen. You have to navigate through the solids. 15 goes to the center, so you'll have to have the cue ball around where the 11 ball is to play the 15.
10秒。
The one ball blocking the path of the 15 and the black ball down to the bottom right. Well, if we get an angle from behind the pocket, we might see that the 15 does go, but at the moment, that looks like it could be his route. If Zhao Ruliang runs out the rest of this match, I'll feel bad for Kungpeng because, I mean, the fight that we've seen from him hasn't been having the best breaks. Hasn't been having the best rolls either. Yeah, now the angle that he has, yeah, that you can see, he has a bit of an angle on both these balls, not in the right way though. And that's the reason he's taking on the 15 to the top. This was not part of the plan. And that's another skill that he has in his repertoire. His ability to reroute and take the right shot always. Like you could clearly see he was on the 11 and on the 14. Oh, a little bit far. I think he's going to have to play through the gap and play the black ball for the center. And this black ball now for his 9th break and run. More importantly, 18th point to put him on the hill of this winner's bracket final. And it's there. That was one of the most clinical clearances you could hope to see. And what a time to make a clearance like that. The fight in this player is absolutely unbelievable.
第35局，赵如亮开球。
34 frames played in this race to 19. Zhao Ruliang leads 18 frames to 16 in this winners bracket final.
5、4。
And he makes a ball. He's on the hill and he makes a ball. And really, I mean, we've seen everything in this match. We've seen fantastic clearances from both players. We've seen one player up by 7 frames at one point in the match. Comeback of note from Zhang Kungpang. We've seen him go up. And then we've seen Zhao Ruliang with a few errors. But he was able to fight through that. Get his way back to 16 all and then take the lead at the most important time of the match. And look for Kungpeng if Zhao Ruliang has to go on and run this rack out. I mean, to lose like that to a player playing the way Ruliang is playing, it won't hurt that much, as I think it would hurt Ruliang being 7 frames up at the beginning of the match. That can be a tough pill to swallow. So the 1 ball is the connector to the 2 and the 7. Black ball looks like it goes to the bottom left corner as well, and a right center pocket. And I'd say this 5 ball is, well, could be his last tester. Oh, he's not taking the 5. He did come around to see the 5 must pass into the top if he's not taking it now. I'm quite surprised he didn't take the 5 on at that point in time. Yeah, there was a moment where Zhao Ruliang didn't look very calm when he was down. If you recall the few errors that we did see from him, there was a point where I was I was worried. Oh, look at the routing. Yeah, he has one of the best pattern plays I've seen. Zhang Kungpeng comes forward to shake his hand. Yeah, the reason I'm laughing because Zhao Ruliang looked at him as if to say, you can concede now. And I mean, what a victory. Zhao Ruliang over Zhang Kungpeng, 19-16. Unbelievable match. Thank you guys for staying with us and being on the stream. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time here in China. That's China Standard Time for the losers bracket round 8. That's Gareth Potts from the UK against Phone Mancure from Myanmar. Race to 19. And winner of that match plays Zhang Kungpeng in tomorrow's losers bracket final. That'll be at 6 p.m. with the grand final where Zhao Ruliang will be waiting for winner of that match on the 27th of September at 4 p.m. Thank you guys. I'm Raymond Tilak, your commentator for Joy in these Heyball events from South Africa. And we'll be back tomorrow morning. Take care.